Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for giving us a few minutes just to make sure everyone's online. Appreciate Leslie and the IT team to make sure everyone's online. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started and call to order. Again, good afternoon. It is Tuesday, July 18th, 2023, 5:05 p.m., so we're a few minutes behind. Apologies for that. But we'll call this meeting to order. Thank you, board colleagues, for joining us today. Dr. Stubblefield, and to all of our staff that are present in person today, thanks for joining us. To any staff and guests that are joining us online, thank you for being with us today and joining our meeting. So as we do at every board meeting, we will read our board norms and protocols. As a board, we agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. Again, thank you for joining us today. It's been a great summer, and I know this is our one regularly scheduled board meeting in July, so I'm glad to see everyone here today. Good to see everyone. So with that, Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie Humphreys, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our next agenda, board, I would entertain a motion to approve today's regular agenda.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie Humphreys, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our first agenda item, board, entertain a motion for the board, Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education, to adjourn to sine die.
Sine die.
Sine die. I know there's so many pronunciations. Thank you, Dr. Nguyen.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys.
Janie Humphreys, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. For the first two items, I will facilitate that component. Item A is the election of board president. Board members, for this election, this year we're going to use the ballot format. Ms. Smith has the ballots, and on the ballots you would identify who you are and who you are casting your vote for as president, and then Ms. Smith will read your name and who you voted for aloud. So,
Dr. Stubblefield, I'd like
yes.
to make a comment, please.
Yes.
According to KSA 72-1133, the statute says that at the first meeting of the Board of Education, on or after the second Monday in January each year, or at a later meeting during that calendar year, if so determined by the board at the first meeting, the board shall elect a president and a vice president, both of whom shall be members of the board. And this is the clause that will have an impact on this election. The president and vice president shall each serve for a term of 1 year, and until a successor is elected and qualified. So I believe we've been out of compliance, and I would like to make a motion for president.
Yes. So I appreciate you sharing that. I did follow up with KSB because there are some districts who they have protocol in place where they have president, vice president, and their roles into it. Their interpretation of that to me, and the board can choose to do what they like, is that the elections occur annually, but unless the board have term limit sets, that's the decision of the board. And some boards have that and others don't. So they said it's, and I was hoping Greg would be here because he said he would be here shortly, but he says that it's left up to the board to determine if people can hold the office for more than 1 year. The 1 year, they said is, what they shared with me was to ensure that elections occurred annually.
True, but this statute was passed first in 1973, and it does, and because we do not have a policy, and we probably need to wait on Greg, but that one would think state statute would trump a policy if one does not exist. So thank you.
Yeah.
I'd
And
like to make a motion.
yes.
Second.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate a person, please.
Okay, so Ms. Smith did the ballots, so we were going to write it down, and everybody can write down who they are wanting to serve in the role of presidents, and then she will read them orally to determine what the votes are.
So am I in order to make my motion now to nominate?
We were using the ballots this year?
Right.
Yes.
But does this preempt a nomination?
So the ballots were, she's going to read them all
I
orally.
understand how
Yeah.
it works. Does it preempt a nomination?
If we're using the ballots, I would say yes, but I'm not, Greg is not here to say that.
Dr. Stubblefield, if I could speak, if I would quit choking. I just want to clarify the process because as the second, I guess, going into what would be my second year, I think there's not clarity of the process. And you said, we're going to use the ballots this year, but it's also my understanding prior to my arrival on this board that the ballots were also used. So is this the board saying, moving forward, you will move in the direction of ballots, or are we just doing it for this one thing? I'm very misinformed and disengaged because I have not been sitting here for forever. But I just want to make sure we talk a lot about processes, and I'm about to have another coffee and a attack.
No,
sorry.
and I
But I
can
just want to clarify that whole process and how we went from last year nominations to,
This year ballot, so you can drink some water. So prior to me arriving, that was the process here. When I came, it was to nominations. There were requests to move back to the ballots, and so I contacted each one of you individually and said, what I was trying to avoid was a larger discussion here, because if majority of the board, or if it was split, said, no, we want to move forward with the nominations, I would not have recommended it. As far as if this is the continuation of utilizing the ballots, that is a board decision. So if the board wants to say we are committed to ballots, or we want to do nominations, that's always the board's decision. So the shift was because there was support to do the ballots.
and I just want to clarify, I think I'm good now. When we come back to the board handbook, that is a place where we can say elections will be held by ballot. I just want to make sure that there isn't this
Absolutely.
continual,
Back and forth.
this year we're
yeah.
doing this, and this, that it's clear for all of us,
Yeah.
but also our constituents of what we're doing,
So in addition to that, to Dr. Nguyen's point, that's where you can outline term limits and all of those things as well. But it's always, as a board collectively, you can make motions to amend or do those things at any time. It's always at the pleasure of the board.
Dr. Stubblefield, can we table this until Mr. Goheen comes in for clarity to make sure that we're doing everything decent and in order? So bypass A and B and do the other stuff, and hopefully he'll be here by then.
Oh,
And that way,
absolutely.
there's no misunderstanding.
Yeah.
We want to do it right and we want to do it clear.
Yeah, so I think that would take a motion for, I think, or you, and we can move through it and come back when he gets here, but I think just, yeah.
I would like to make a motion that we table A and B until Mr. Goheen arrives and can help clear up any uncertainty or any misunderstanding, however you want to phrase it, but go through the others and get that done, and hopefully he'll be here.
Okay.
I second that.
No, the rest of the items are still under sine die, yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to table items A and B until Mr. Goheen arrives, just to be clear, today, until
Yes.
he arrives this afternoon.
And he just sent the text saying he'll be here shortly.
Perfect. Any other discussion, questions? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Wynn, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Do you want me to take the next
Item C,
several?
and so Mr. Lopez will start with item C.
Okay. Okay, so Board, we will pick up item 3C. This is the committee chairs and committees for the upcoming academic year. I would recommend, since the committees were just formed, and I don't know that each committee has had a full year, not all committees have had a full year of meeting together. So my recommendation, but it's up to whatever the board wants to do, is that we continue with the committees as they have been in place for this past year. And I have that information here that I can share. So the academic committee, Ms. Maxine Drew would continue to be chair, Ms. Janie Humphries and Wanda Brownlee Page would be members. The Boundary Committee, Ms. Janie Humphries is the chair, and Ms. Wanda Brownlee Page and Ms. Rachel Russell are part of that committee. Finance Committee, Dr. Valdenia Nguyen would be the chair, myself and Ms. Clark would be in that committee. And the Naming Committee, I have Ms. Rachel Russell as the chair, Ms. Clark as a member, so there's room for that committee if there's an additional board member, I believe, that wants to join. But my recommendation to the board would be that we continue with that committee structure for this academic year, just to build some consistency and to allow for the committees to continue to meet, since I don't think all committees had the chance to meet for the year. But open to your thoughts.
I just want to say I didn't catch this early. Facilities Committee is missing.
Thank
And
you.
we can pencil it in and.
And Facilities Committee, and Ms. Russell, I believe you were chair of Facilities Committee, and who else is a part of that committee?
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, thank you, and Ms. Humphries, okay. So that would be my recommendation, but obviously that's not a motion, that is up to the board's discretion how you want to move forward.
Mr. President, I would like to be added to the naming committee.
Thank you. Any questions or any conversation on the committees, or does anyone have a different idea of how to move forward with the committee structures? If not, I'd entertain a motion to move forward with the committees as described, with adding Ms. Maxine Drew to the naming committee.
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Wynn, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. While Mr. Goheen is getting settled, we'll move to the next item. Item D, KASB appointments for 2023-2024. Board, you have those recommendations for appointments for Board of Directors, Dr. Valdenia Nguyen, Legislative Committee, Ms. Maxine Drew, and for Nominating Committee, Ms. Janie Humphries. That would be my recommendation. Is there a motion to move forward with those appointments?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Does E fall under the resolution?
No, the resolution starts with J,
Okay.
so you have to do E.
So we'll have to do E, okay. The next item, Agenda E, it's recommended that the Kansas City Board of Education approve the appointment of a clerk, deputy clerk, legal counsel, treasurer, and deputy treasurer. As recommended, Board, you'll see that on the agenda, our clerk being Ms. Leslie Smith, deputy clerk Ms. Dawn Downing, legal counsel McEnany, Van Cleve, and Phillips, treasurer Ms. Tracy Kaiser, and deputy treasurer Mr. Brad Isnard.
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. And the rest of them are on the actual PDF, so can we just,
You just will have to amend what you say. It says J through W, so just make sure you have the right letter. Okay,
we'll just keep.
okay.
The next item is the appointment of our district hearing officer. So it's recommended that the Board of Education approve the appointment of Bernice Cottrell as district hearing officer for the 2023-2024 school year for the purpose of conducting hearings on extended suspensions and expulsions of students and the review of employee terminations as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion?
This is a question I just thought of. We usually have the report of nutritional services around this time of year. Is that something that will be upcoming, and is the application available at this time?
So the application for students for, so we, earlier in the year, the board approved for us to move towards being a community-free lunch. So there is no applications. What we will do once school starts, in order for our at-risk funding and title funding, families will, there will be information that goes to families that they'll sign off on. So all of our students will receive breakfast and lunch at no cost this year. As far as the report from nutritional services, we don't have an upcoming date for that, but I can work with the team and let you know when that will occur.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. We will continue with item G. It's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the appointment of Lenora Miller. Ms. Lenora Miller is Executive Director of Operations as the hearing officer for the 2023-24 school year for the purpose of conducting hearings for the free and reduced price meal application appeals as submitted by Mr. Steve Lilly and by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion?
Do we still need this person if everything is free?
That is required by like statute and those things, but yes, yeah.
Thank you.
It's
Great
just a
question.
responsibility that goes with the federal programs and food and nutritional services.
Additional questions? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The remaining items, resolutions that are, the remaining items are covered under resolution, which is item X, Board. So hopefully you had a chance to review the resolution that is under item X, which covers all of the items that are, that we are required to appoint. So it is recommended that the Board of Education approve resolution with items, and it's actually items E through W, which if you open up the document, you'll see all of the resolutions that are individually outlined in the agenda, but in the actual resolution, it has all of those as well. So would entertain a motion to approve the resolution under item X to approve items E through W.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions, Ms. Russell, and then Dr. Nguyen.
So my question is an offshoot of the question that I had in today's board responses related to McKinney-Vento. It was stated that we would no longer fund transportation. It will still be offered, but it won't be funded out of at-risk dollars. I just wanted to clarify what I was
Yes.
reading in that statement.
So just to give context, we had the legislative audit, and from the legislative audit, those things that we need to change based off of KSDE recommendations. And one of the things that moving forward, although I just want to be clear, KSDE and everyone else said when we were paying for transportation, for McKinney-Vento transportation, it did qualify for at-risk dollars, but that's one of the early changes that we know that they're going to implement. The others, we're waiting on it. So we'll still pay for it. It will just not be paid for out of using at-risk funds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. Nguyen.
On item T, like Tom, what is our official newspaper?
The Record News is what's listed there.
Additional, sorry, Dr. Nguyen. Additional questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, thank you. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Goheen, welcome. We have a couple of questions for you. So, Board, we're going to jump back to item 3A, and I will hand it back off to Dr. Stubblefield.
Okay, so Mr. Goheen, just to give you a little background and context, I opened it up to submit ballots for votes for presidents, the president, and the question, two things occurred. Dr. Nguyen shared the statute of each year that the board should have elections in the first meeting in January, or, and I don't, the exact language, but it was saying that the role is for 1 year. And she is saying that we should follow state statute, and the role would be only for 1 year. I shared with her, because we had a conversation before this meeting, that I reached out to KSB just to get clarity on it, and they said that the interpretation is for elections to be held annually, and that is not necessarily around terms, and that's up to local boards to determine that component. And then Dr. Nguyen can speak for herself around her follow-up question regarding that. Separate from that, Ms. Russell shared, because we moved to ballots this year, and last year we were doing nominations, is the board handbook the appropriate place to say if we're going to do ballots or nominations? And then I'm adding this part, and during the board retreat annually, they can review that and determine at that time if they're going to continue with whatever they have, but to update it so that when we walk into these meetings annually, everyone knows what to expect.
You need to check 721133. And the last sentence of the first paragraph says, not related to elections occurring every year, but that the president and vice president shall each serve for a term of 1 year and until a successor is elected and qualified. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Stubblefield, your understanding from KSB was that that phrase referenced elections and that it was up to board as they determine their own policy. Is that, I understand?
Correct.
And my comment to her, Craig, in absence of a board policy, one would, in my opinion, think state statute would prevail.
So, and I apologize for being late. I was in another meeting and I couldn't leave until I completed what I was doing there, so my apologies. So the way the election statute for officers of the board works, the 72-1133, and it would control, even if there were board policy to the contrary, although the statute allows for boards to move their elections of officers from the first meeting in January to this July meeting or to a later meeting in the year, depending on what action the board takes in January. And this board did take action in January to move those elections to the July meeting, the reorganizational meeting. So the statute speaking to the term for the president or vice president sets the term for those offices as a one-year term. That one-year term runs from the date that the individual is elected into office. That term is completed at the end of that, or when that next election occurs or takes place. Technically, there could be a shorter term if the board wanted to vote on changing officers, which they could do by act of the board. But the term just refers to the period of time following that election that those two officers are in that office for that election. What I think KSB is saying is that much like an election to a term in the federal government or state legislature, there are no term limits. So an individual could be elected to multiple terms in an office, just like an individual could be elected to the United States Senate for multiple terms without there being, completing each term, but essentially running for a reelection. Some districts, by policy or whether it resides in the handbook or in the board policy section relating to the board, which I think is section B, if I remember right, in the policy section, by policy set different ways of handling their officers. Some do a rotational basis, some do a set it as where you don't serve consecutive, where you're eligible for reelection at different points. Other districts don't have anything that applies to that, and you've got some school districts that rotate on a progression where they say that they elect them in individuals for an office, and then they fill a position, say VP, and then the next year they're the president. Other districts will rotate through board members, sort of one at a time. Other districts have had people filling the president or vice president role for 15 years or more. So each district gets to decide how they want to handle the election of their officers. I say each district, each board of education gets to decide how they want to handle their election of officers. The state statute merely provides that the term of office for a president or a vice president is a term of 1 year from the date of the election, unless some other action is taken by the board during that term of office, which they could always do. So that's how I read the statute, and I think that's how KSB reads the statute.
Okay, and then my question to Dr. Stubblefield was, as she determined we would, by consensus, you didn't do it independently, correct?
Correct. I
didn't want
spoke
to
with everyone, yes.
misspeak.
Yeah.
That as it is determined that we will use the ballot, my question, does that preempt nominations?
Yeah.
So the question is, if we do by ballots, does that prevent nominations for the position?
Correct.
No, you could nominate, the board can determine how you want to go about electing officers in any manner that the board decides it wants to, and that's the board as a whole. So you could do it by motion and vote, you could do it by ballots, you could do it by nomination and ballots. This district has done it all three ways during the time I've been working for the district, so it has varied over time. The only thing that is required is everybody's vote ultimately has to be a public vote. So if you do it by ballot, which you're allowed to do, the clerk has to read the ballot, and the ballot has to identify who voted and what their vote was, so that there's a public record of what the vote is.
Okay, thank you.
So if you've completed the ballots, Ms. Smith will collect those.
I will read the votes. Wanda Brownlee Page, Ms. Rachel Russell, nominated Ms. Wanda Brownlee Page.
Ms. Smith, they're saying they can't hear you. Can you speak into the mic, directly into the mic?
Can you share who the person's vote is and who they voted for? So,
Rachel Russell voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Dr. Nguyen voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Wanda Page voted for herself, Wanda Brownlee Page. Maxine Drew voted for Randy Lopez. Randy Lopez voted for himself, Randy Lopez. Yolanda Clark voted for Randy Lopez. And Janie Humphreys voted for Randy Lopez. So Randy Lopez has 4 votes and Ms. Page has 3.
So with that, Mr. Randy Lopez is elected board president.
Yes.
And now if you'll, she'll have you distribute. This ballot will be to determine the board vice president.
Thank you.
Dr. Nguyen has nominated Rachel Russell for vice president. Wanda Page has voted for Rachel Russell. Rachel Russell has voted for herself, Rachel Russell. Janie Humphreys has voted for Maxine Drew. Yolanda Clark has voted for Maxine Drew. Maxine Drew has voted for herself, Maxine Drew. And Randy Lopez has voted for Maxine Drew. That's a total of 4 votes for Maxine Drew, who has been elected Board Vice President.
With that, Ms. Drew has been elected Board Vice President.
Yes.
Okay.
You need a motion to come out of. I move we come out of sine die.
Sine die.
Second. Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Doing yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are back in open session, board. Thank you. We will continue with our agenda. First on the agenda is our, next up on our agenda, I apologize, is the consent agenda. Motion to approve tonight's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or further discussion?
I would like to remove item O from the consent agenda.
Item O, okay. Any other questions, discussion? Can we amend the agenda, friendly amendment to approve tonight's consent agenda minus item O, those two that made the motion?
Mr. Lopez, you didn't see my hand.
Oh, I apologize.
I would like to remove item B, just have
B?
a question.
Item B, thank you. Any other, apologies, Ms. Page. Any other questions? Okay, so friendly amendment from those that made the motion to approve the consent agenda minus item B as in boy and O as in Oscar.
So moved.
Well, it's been moved, just want to make sure they're okay with the amendment. Okay, thank you. Further questions? If not, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphreys,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Doing yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. We'll take up item B first. Ms. Page, is this something we can ask in open session, or is this something you would?
Well,
need
we
to
can
go?
ask an
Okay.
open, and she doesn't have to give an answer now.
Okay, thank you.
I just know in the report, the numbers that were given, I didn't know, have there been a change since the time the report came out? Have we added some more?
On the vacancy report?
Yeah.
Yes, if you look at the red.
Ms. Sammer, if you can come to the mic, please. The question, if you couldn't hear it, are just an update on the vacancy report, if there's a change in the number of vacancies, if this is the most current.
That is the most current from when we submitted it, but we do have some other hires that we just hired in the last 2 days. But if you look on the vacancy report in red, it'll show you the decrease or the increase from
Yeah.
the last vacancy report.
No, I saw that.
Okay.
But I was just wondering, between the time that you gave the report
Yes.
and today,
I have it over there. Do you want me to go grab it?
well, you can tell me later. That was
Okay.
just my curiosity.
Yeah, I do have that. Cynthia Folks gives that to me before the board meeting, so.
Thank you. And I'll just use this as a reminder, board. There is a special board meeting on July 26th at 3 p.m. for those of you that can make it via Zoom, and that will primarily be for the HR report for any new hires prior to the academic year beginning. So that will be via Zoom. You should have a calendar invitation for that as well. Any further questions on item B? Okay, we'll go to item O.
So item O, I would ask that the board table. I received the response to my question. However, I am, and I hope this board is concerned about if I'm understanding correctly, what we're being told, $1.8 million in expenditures for a program that does, in my personal opinion, and I support JAG and the work that they do, but I do not know that this is a sustainable investment or the best use of ESSER dollars in the what will be the last year that we will have these funds to make impact. And I'm not clear where the district is going to find the dollars to sustain the program. And so I just have lots of questions. We can work through my questions and all of those things now, or we can do it at a later date. I just have lots of concerns about it.
So, Ms. Russell, I apologize for any confusion. The board approved in 2021 the multi-year contract for JAG. So this is the annual cost of $79,000. Once the ESSER dollars are over, prior to ESSER coming, we paid like $11,000 per school. It goes back to that agreement. That commitment during that time when the board approved it was for a multi-year contract to implement in all of our middle schools and our high schools, or the programs that you've seen there. So I just wanted to clarify that point that, yeah.
So we entered a multi-year agreement, but we also enter into agreements with an understanding that what I'm reading is the actual dollar amount associated. This board looked at $900,000 in the context of a multi-year agreement, as though the multi-year agreement and the $900,000 coincided together, not $900,000 this year, $900,000 the next year. I also, in the ESSER report, which I don't have up on my screen right now, so I need to quit looking, that it was set aside for $970,000 in the ESSER report, which
All right, we are going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order at 6:15 PM. Thank you, and apologies to everyone that was online, that was watching online. We had a bit of an outage, so we took a quick recess to try to get that taken care of. Thank you to our IT team and all of our staff who got us back online to make sure that we can continue our meeting. So again, apologies to everyone, and apologies for the delay. Where we left off, there were a couple of questions on our consent agenda item O that were being asked. And I think what we're going to do, there were just some questions, some things that we're going to talk through. Dr. Stubblefield, I would entertain a motion to table item O from the consent agenda until the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion?
Question. Since we're meeting, I know it's supposed to be a short meeting, but if they could be added to the next meeting, which I think is the 26th.
26th.
Could that not be added? I mean, because there was some misunderstanding about what the contract said, and clear that up?
Yeah, my preference would be to table it into the first August meeting, because we just need to clean up some stuff, and administration is in, their meetings most of this week to give them time to go back and clean it. It will not halt anything, our partnership or anything like that. It just will, there are multiple documents and there were some transitions, so my preference would be the first regular scheduled board meeting.
Okay, so time isn't an issue?
Not because the first August meeting is before the start of the school year, we're okay, yeah.
Thank you. Additional questions? Okay, so the motion is to table item O from the consent agenda to the first regularly scheduled board meeting in August. There was a second. Seeing no further questions or comments, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Gwen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Would entertain a motion to approve item B from the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any additional questions or comments? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Board, I'm going to need to entertain a motion to approve the corrected resolution that we approved earlier in the meeting. And you will find the new resolution has been updated on board docs. So if you want, and I'm going to walk through what those corrections were so that you can see them and know what the corrections were. So before there's a motion, just really quick, the resolution had a few incorrect names associated to them. So if you pull up the resolution, which is item X under agenda item 3, the changes that were made, or the corrections that were made, were in letter H. Previously, it had referenced an appendix that did not exist, and so what we did was added the names of those individuals who are those authorized representatives to report for item H, so those names are there. The other correction that was made is item O. There was a reference to Appendix 3, which is unnecessary and does not need to be there, so didn't want folks to be looking for an Appendix 3 that did not exist. So item O. And then the additional correction was item R. It had the incorrect individual's name listed under item R, so we just wanted to make sure that the correct person's name is listed there. So those changes have been corrected on the actual resolution, so you should have that in front of you. So we will need a motion to, and Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll need a motion to approve the corrected resolution.
I think you'll need to have a motion to correct the agenda too, because it's my understanding that the original agenda had the wrong names as well. So I think you need to have a motion to correct the agenda to reflect the correct names and to adopt the corrected resolutions.
I move what Greg said.
Mr. Goheen, can you repeat that again?
Ms. Smith, I think the motion needs to be, we don't have a second yet, but I think, so before we get a second, before we get going, let's make sure we got the motion correct. I think the motion needs to be to move to correct the agenda to reflect the correct names in resolutions H, O, and R, which is under, was it item
X had all,
Item 3, isn't it?
well, item 3, I'm sorry, yes.
Item 3 on the agenda. And so we still need a second.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, I just want to make sure you caught that. Are we good? Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Are there questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll continue with our agenda. Ms. Smith, I just want to make sure, we did approve the consent agenda prior to the lights going out, correct? Okay. Just want to make sure we did that before we continue. So next on the agenda, we will hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
I think Ms. Humphries has a
I
question.
don't think we
On the
approved it.
resolutions again.
Oh,
No, I don't think you need to read the resolutions again. You adopted the resolutions, you just adopted the amended resolutions with the correct names. So I think the record will correctly reflect
Just want to make
what
sure.
the appointments have been, yeah.
Can you reread the last motion? Because I thought we were adopting the agenda.
I think I tried to combine the two. I don't know if I did or not,
Agenda and resolution.
yeah.
Motion to correct the agenda and resolution to reflect the corrected names and items. Item number 3, resolution H, R, and O.
that covers it.
I think that's sufficient.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
did we vote on the consent agenda? We were talking about some things and then the power clicked.
Yeah, that was my
I didn't know if
question.
I didn't think we had. We voted on everything except for the two that
Right.
we questioned on.
Yeah, that's what I asked Ms.
So-
Smith to check on, if we actually voted on the consent.
Motion to approve the consent agenda by Ms. Drew and Ms. Clark minus items B and O. And then we had a motion to table item O, a motion to approve item B on the
Did we-
consent agenda.
So we did not vote on the consent agenda before the
Yes.
power, we did vote
Yes,
on the consent agenda?
yes.
Okay, so we don't need to vote on the consent. Okay, thank you. What a fun night. So next on our agenda, we will hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield. Good evening, Dr. Stubblefield.
Good evening. I just have a few quick announcements and two resources to share. The first one is the Kansas City, Kansas Foundation of Excellence will host the 24th Annual Wyandotte County Back to School Fair on Saturday, August 5th from 8 to 1 p.m. We'll be sending out more details. This event gives students across Wyandotte County an opportunity to receive much-needed school supplies, backpacks, hygiene kits, books, and more. Organizers will hand out over 3,000 backpacks. We also offer some health options during that time, which includes vaccinations and other items. In sports physicals, we will send more details and communicate that throughout Wyandotte County. Just also want to remind our families, we will continue to provide school supplies to our students at the school locations as well. If parents have any questions about the types of supplies that will be provided, they should contact their student schools individually for more information, or the schools will be sending that out as well. We're proud to announce the launch of a new Spanish language landing page on the district main page titled Bino Bonitos. I hope I said that correct. The page is written entirely in Spanish and is intended to teach Spanish language users how to use the translation settings on the website and social media platforms to access pertinent information. The 4 sections of the website are also provide information on school registration, the Attend to Achieve and family advocacy programs as well. The new web page is in collaboration with the Communications and Marketing, Welcome Center, and the Multilingual Education departments. This is just to let our families know, registration for the 23-24 school year for kindergarten through 12th grade will open Thursday, July 20th. Visit the district's website at kckschools.org and click the Register for Schools tab at the top of the page to access information. I also just want to publicly say for those parents who have submitted permits for transfers, if you submitted it by the April 28th deadline, you should have heard from our Student Services Department by now, and if you haven't, you can contact them. If you submitted it after that, they will be in contact with you within the next few weeks. The one item, which now I'm going to have to share my screen, so just a second.
While you're doing that, can I ask you a
You
question?
most certainly can.
So the current permit is not accepting applications. When you call the phone line, the person on the other end of the phone says it'll open in July. There have been lots of questions around when that will open. Do we have clarity of when that will actually
It
open?
opens Monday.
Okay, Monday, June 24th. Thank you for that clarity.
July 20th.
July, thank you. You knew what I meant.
Okay.
Look, I should have stuck with the Monday that he said.
Okay,
Thank
so, I did want to bring this to the attention of the board. It is in board docs. One of the things that the district administrative team has, we're working to streamline, and we will make this more of a live document on the website with the data points to follow. We have updated and refreshed our strategic plan. The couple of the parts that I wanted to highlight to the board and also say to the board, we are definitely open to feedback. So as you're in your retreat, we can make adjustments, but based off the things that were approved last year, we added the board goals. We added our North Star at the top. We have expanded our North Star based off our KCKPS recommendations to include targets for increasing graduation rate. So there it says that our goal is to meet or exceed the state average. And then we added the 3 goals that the board agreed upon at the retreat last October. We've also embedded our KISA outcomes, and we added theme 5, which I shared with Dr. Nguyen and the Finance Committee, can give more guidance around it, and we just generically put some language around to ensure that we are allocating our resources and ensure fair and equitable allocation of resources, just so that that financial component is built into the strategic plan. So we'll continue to adjust as needed based off the board guidance and what our data is showing us. So I did want to share that. And another component that I wanted to share with the board that's under the way, because we've gotten lots of questions, if I can find the link, about how families can know what programs we offered and what that looks like. This web page is not live yet. But it will. Sorry, I've lost it, so I'm gonna stop sharing in a moment and come back. It's a web page that our team is building out so families can easily access our the resources that we provide. And if you look up there, this is not in there because it's a live web page. So it shows all of our resources, our programs and partners, and we are just finalizing that, but that will be a resource that's available to our families. We're finalizing it. We'll make it live and improve it throughout the school year, but our goal is to have this ready to go and launch when our families and our students return in the fall. So those are a couple of things that I know have been ongoing conversations and questions about that we want to make sure those items are public facing. And as we launch those items, we will always be open to feedback, how we can make it better and improve the different elements for our end users. Thank you.
Dr. Stubblefield?
Yes.
Well, how many languages will they have this in? Because,
So on our website, there is a drop-down, and you can select whatever language you like it in. So all of our languages that are majority, I would say, there are some very unique languages that don't have translation, but for majority of our students that are linguistically gifted and speak multiple languages, that option is in the drop-down. So our website converts everything. You just have to select the correct language.
well, for the ones that are a little harder, will we do something to help them as well?
So in those cases, that's where the multilingual department works with them individually, and we either try to get translators if they are available, but they work with the unique ones. Majority of our languages, they are available on our website, and they have the supports and stuff. Where we can continue to improve is to make sure that we're connecting with those families and make sure that they know how to access those resources. And that is something that, we've built in the family advocacy days before the students return to school. So that's information that our teachers and family advocates, when they're engaging with those families, we can get that information by the school location, and then those teachers and the schools know those unique situations and can get the supports that they need for those families.
Ms. Russell?
Yeah, a couple of things. On the strategic framework, this is a consolidation of the strategic plan, or this is separate?
This is the consolidation of what was the strategic plan that the board adopted in 2020, I believe.
Okay. And then for the resource page, I briefly saw some things, but I would just say that United Way, I know that we will do our best to keep that updated, but it may also be worth putting the link to 211 on there as a resource for, for the most updated, because I know they do it, whatever United Way does in that sense, with respect. And then I did ask it in our board questions, but I also think it would be helpful for folks in the community who ask about partnerships, if there was a page on the bottom part, like, do you want to partner with us? Would you like to be added to this page? Who they could connect with. So I guess that was twofold. So one, if I know this is the direction our district is sending people for resources and I want to be a resource, this is who I contact. But then there has been lots of engagement around how do we partner with the district. And so you listed those 3 individuals in the specific areas. So potentially also putting that there as a place where I can say, hey, you can go find it on the resource page as a way to connect with us. So
Thank you.
thank you.
I can add those in.
I'm excited for that page. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Additional questions for Dr. Stubblefield? All right, thank you for sharing, Dr. Stubblefield. Just a few announcements. Again, I do just want to thank our multilingual education department. I saw Ms. Rodriguez here earlier. They were prepared to do simultaneous interpretation today, and so I did not make that announcement at the beginning of the meeting. My apologies, but I did see them here ready to do simultaneous interpretation. So thank you for being here, and again, just a reminder that we will have that at every board meeting available for simultaneous interpretation. So para las familias que hablan español, otros idiomas, vamos a tener intérpretes en cada reunión de la junta directiva aquí en la oficina. Si llegan y hablan o prefieren el idioma en español, tenemos a intérpretes que van a estar aquí para poder dar interpretación en español durante toda la reunión o mientras que ustedes lo necesiten. Entonces, quiero agradecer a ese departamento, a señora Rodríguez, que nos apoya en ese departamento. So again, thank you. And if we know, and I know they have other multiple languages that are spoken in our district, and they are also prepared to make sure that we have interpretation during the meetings if that is necessary as well. So thank you to that team. Hats off for being prepared. Just another reminder that we do have a quick special board meeting via Zoom on the 26th at 3 p.m. You should have that on your calendar. Additionally, you should have also received several calendar invitations with upcoming special meetings or special meetings that are scheduled for the rest of the year that we know of so far. A couple coming up in August and then in October, where we will revisit our board goals and have a facilitated conversation around our North Star, our goals, our priorities, and kind of do a check-in there as our board retreat. And then I believe it is in April where we will have our board evaluation, self-evaluation as well. So we have gone ahead and made sure that those are on your calendar so that you can plan accordingly and have enough time to make the appropriate plans. So hopefully we can all be here as a part of that. If you have any questions or if you don't see that calendar invitation, please let Ms. Smith know. We'll make sure that we get that to you. All of those meetings are scheduled to be in person. If there is if you need to join via Zoom or in another manner, please let us know. I also just really quickly want to share Dr. Stubblefield will be in a session this Saturday, July 22nd, that is being hosted by Revolución Educativa, and it is called Educación Sin Límites, and it will be completely in Spanish, and it is a chance for parents and community members in Spanish to come and have a conversation with our very own Dr. Stubblefield. They are also having Dr. Collier, the superintendent of Kansas City Public Schools. So there will be an opportunity to hear from both Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Collier. The conversation and discussion will be completely in Spanish, so good luck. Buena suerte, Dr. Stubblefield. You'll do great. And then I just want to share for anyone that's going to be in Wichita on the 29th, I imagine everyone gets out to Wichita often, I will be on a panel for the governor's Kansas Hispanic and Latino American Affairs Commission. They are hosting their Latino-Latina Leadership Summit on July 29th. So I will be on a panel talking about public education and advocacy and just the different aspects of education around the state of Kansas. And so it's an excellent panel. If you're going to be in Wichita on the 29th, I'd invite you to participate. I can make sure everyone has that information, but excited to participate and represent our district in a very positive way and share all of the great things that we are doing here in Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, so that the state knows that we are doing amazing things here. With that, again, I do just want to say thank you to my board colleagues for reelecting me as president. I do look forward to serving you this coming academic year and serving alongside you and bringing positivity and hope and making sure that there's clarity and making sure that we are doing the best that we can for all of our kids and families and staff. So again, I appreciate your confidence. I appreciate working alongside you, and just thank you to everyone for your support. Thank you to Ms. Clark, who served as vice president this last year. We appreciate you and your role that you played as well. So thank you. Again, you're not going anywhere. You still are here, so come every Tuesday you're supposed to. And then congratulations to Ms. Drew for your election to vice president. Look forward to serving alongside with you. So with that, again, thank you, everybody, and I will open the floor for any comments from board members. Ms. Drew. Ms. Humphries.
Yes. It's been kind of a long drought in being with kids because of summer. But last week, I was very, very happy to attend the Alvin Ailey end of the 6-week dance performance at Carl Bruce Middle School. Our students shined. They were so excited. I got to sit on the second row, so I could see their eyes as they performed. And there's nothing to beat that, to see our kids when they're shining. Secondly, this week at Washington High School, The Wiz is being performed. Our district has teamed up with the Kansas Academy of Theatrical Arts and Christie's Academy of Dance. And Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night at 7 p.m., they are presenting The Wiz at Washington High School. So come out and see our kids. It's very exciting academics are very important, but they go hand in hand with children learning how to express themselves through arts. So I look forward to seeing some of you there.
There's also a 2 o'clock matinee on Saturday for The Wiz. Yeah,
So there's 4 of them.
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Humphries. Ms. Russell?
Yeah, I also just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Clark for your time as vice president and the work that you have done in many of our processes and helping us engage better as a board. And I also just wanted to offer a warm welcome to our administrative staff that has been back. It's been great to see their enthusiasm and the pictures and the work that they're excited for this upcoming school year. And soon to be welcoming back all of our staff. And so I'm looking forward to being in the buildings again and seeing the excitement on the kids' faces for another great school year. Lastly, I just wanted to mention that on August 7th, Hollis and Miller will be providing an update to the board around the facilities master planning process and how that's going. And so I encourage community members to reach or to attend. That meeting will be here in person, but I believe it is also going to be on Zoom. And then also board, be on the lookout. I am working with some of our partners to plan an opportunity to go visit some buildings, both renovated but also brand new, as we continue this conversation to see what new early childhood spaces look like, high school buildings focused around academies and all of that. So more to come. Look forward to continuing the work that the facilities team is doing. And yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Ms. Page?
The family of Catherine Williams, who used to work here, she passed away 52 days ago. Her husband died Monday, so just ask that the district would keep their family in our thoughts and our prayers.
Absolutely, we will keep them in our prayers. Thank you, Ms. Page. Additional comments? Okay. During our little recess power outage, I did have a chance to look at this journal done by the HR team that they use with our principals this week. Great job. If you haven't had a chance to look at it, it was really well done, very informative, and so great job to the HR team. And have heard great things from that conversation, and as Ms. Russell said, as our administrators return with a lot of energy and joy and just excitement to come back, so thank you for that. All right, we'll continue with our agenda. There is no community comment scheduled today, but again, anyone is welcome to participate in community comment. Our next agenda item, item number 8A, board, these have come up before us previously for information at least once and are up for potential action if so deemed by the board. The first item is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the application for a grant opportunity for the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education through the Department of Education. Is there a motion to approve this application?
So move.
I second.
It's moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion here? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the use of the 3DE instructional model for F.L. Schlegel and J.C. Harmon's high schools in Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. It's submitted by Dr. Fernandez Flores, Dr. Campbell, Deputy Superintendent, and is recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our third item C, it is recommended that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the MOU between KCKPS and KU Medical Center for the 23-24 school year as submitted by Dr. Fernandez Flores, Dr. Judith Campbell, Deputy Superintendent, and is recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of Schools.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion on this item? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item, Board, these are informational items under new business, item number 9. No action is being asked of the Board tonight, but rather an opportunity for you to ask questions or have discussion if you have any tonight. Otherwise, these will come back before us at a later Board meeting. First item is the Call to Men Healthy Initiative. Are there any questions regarding this item? Okay, seeing none, we will continue forward. And Dr. Stubblefield or staff, if there's anything that you need to share regarding any of these items, please jump in. Otherwise, I will continue to move to the next item. The next item is the Learning Club internships. So there's an MOU there for us to review with the Learning Club. Are there any questions or discussion for this item? Okay, I see none. We'll move to the next item. The next item is an MOU with Mercy and Truth Medical Missions for the upcoming academic year. Are there any questions or discussion points for the Board? Seeing none, thank you. The next item is a request, secondary reading intervention resources for secondary curriculum for reading intervention. Any questions with this item? Yes, Ms. Page.
What other districts in the metropolitan area are utilizing this reading program? I'm not asking for it tonight, but could we get that information?
Sure.
See who else is using it and what are some of their results so we can have something to look at.
So I see, so the question is around who else is using this curriculum and what results we're seeing. I don't know if we have any of that information tonight, Dr. Fernandez Flores, that you can share, or I see them coming to the microphone, so we'll give them a second to come up.
Yeah, and while they come up, I just will say my continued ongoing concern is when we have staff focus groups, when we hear from folks, the continued issue of we keep unloading new things onto our staff. And so I asked for the adoption schedule and what the plan was and how we can lessen some of this in multitude per school year, but also going back to a point I previously made around consistency for our students. I can't see the link tonight, unfortunately, but I continually have that concern. If our staff is telling us they're tired of learning new things, they're tired of implementing, and not from a place of I don't want to do my job, but just every year we're continually, it's this device because we're mitigating this or we're trying to do this. It is a lot, and we have to remember the voices of those who are doing the direct service matter in this conversation, and I will continue to say, I think we also have to lean in when we're reviewing these. A group of 5 teachers does not speak for the entire rest of our district, and so I want to continue to amplify how do we do things differently, but also not continue to throw things on our staff over and over and over each quarter. So with
Ms.
that,
Russell.
there you go.
Dr. Fernandez Flores.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Danita Fernandez Flores, Executive Director of Diploma Plus College and Career Instructional Programs. This year, the multi-tiered system of support process is being guided by the directors in our department. And in the last year, Ms. Tracy Cooper, who has been in the role of MTSS secondary coordinator, has been working on identifying the curriculum. And you posed the question of which districts are using this curriculum, and she's well poised to be answered that question.
In reality, I would need to get you an actual list so that I can be very clear about that, but I'll give you a couple of examples. There are a couple of districts very close to us, Shawnee Mission and DeSoto specifically is using the rewards piece that you see, both originally just for middle school and now for middle school and high school. There are that has become a very prevalent resource at secondary across the state due to recommendations from TASN. And so in terms of Lexia, I'll have to do a little more research on that, but I would say that one of the concerns that you expressed about the needs of teachers, this particular Lexia piece is in place to be more supportive for teachers and give them less need to develop intervention, but provide them an evidence-based resource that they can actually engage with without feeling like there's a new heavy load put on them. But I will get you a list of those specific
And are you
school
the
districts.
person that can speak to the difference of why every single high school, I think it was stated, is at a different continuum, and why that continues to be the ongoing?
I mean, you could, but.
Good evening, Board. Hi, I'm Cole Amott, Curriculum Instruction Director. So I think I'm onboarding into this proposal, so I'm trying to understand this too. Two things that I would keep in mind is that high schools are at different places in the implementation of the MTSS model. And so they are requesting resources at different places in that implementation.
So will all of these buildings be able to implement this with fidelity, given the fact that they're all at different scopes of even the system that we adopted 3-4 years ago, to meet the needs of each student where they are?
So to best answer that question, I think one thing we
It
have to
can
keep.
be yes or no.
Yeah, no, yes and no. So we're adopting a resource that I think we can really give you a return on investment with fidelity, because it's a really structured program. And I think we're also trying to simultaneously address a need that we're seeing in Fastbridge for high school. Does that make sense? In high school, with our current protocols, have minimal to no resources for that particular issue.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Thank you, team. So yeah, if you could send that list or information to the full board, or you can send it to Ms. Smith and she'll make sure that everyone gets that. Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Page has another question.
Ms. Cooper, is it possible to get some data from urban schools? You mentioned DeSoto and Shawnee Mission. Right. Are there any urban schools that are using this? And what data do we have also from them? Someone that's more like us? to
I
a
will
certain
get you some
degree?
information from Wichita and Topeka.
Okay.
But in general, I'm looking at, I've talked to about 10 or 12 districts across the state that are doing similar things to us in terms of building an intervention protocol for secondary. And so, and we're using similar resources to those across the district, or the state. But I have and will continue to talk with Wichita and Topeka, and I'll provide those pieces for you.
Okay.
Okay?
And what about Kansas City, Missouri? I know you tend to focus on the Kansas schools.
I
but-
do, because we're functioning under the Kansas MTSS system, so that's
Okay.
why.
But I was just wondering, if they were using it, could we see something? I know we're under different systems,
Sure.
but at least the metropolitan area, they somewhat resemble us. So if anybody was using that, we could say, hey, they're using it here. They're under different requirements from Missouri. We're in Kansas, but we can see some similarities.
I can certainly do some investigating for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Any additional questions on this item?
I don't have any questions. I will just make a statement. interventions are wonderful, but at the end of the day, the curriculum and the quality professional in the front of the classroom are going to guide change behavior as it relates to change student outcomes. It is always concerning to me that we are all over the board as a district with what we're doing and how those things are implemented. I strongly encourage our superintendent as well as us as a board to continue to look at, like, that cannot be the answer, is saying we're going to spend this amount of money on these things and hope we get a different outcome. While some of them work, most of them, it comes back to who's in front of our students and how the curriculum is done with fidelity. And interventions are just a very costly thing that I don't think is the answer that we entirely need. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. If there are no questions, as questions come up, please make sure you email those to Dr. Stubblefield, and we'll get all the information to every board member. We will continue on with our next agenda item, item number 10, board. We will continue our budget conversation. We are not making a decision on the budget here that is before us in terms of the there's still some work for us to do on our budget, but this is just a continuation of our conversation around our budget. And we're going to start off with our board budget. If you recall, and you should have that in board docs as well, there were some recommended asks and changes to the board budget. And thank you, Tracy and Leslie, for working through that and getting the additional information that was requested of you so that we had more information. Board, you have that in front of you. There are some, we worked through some of those line items under the budget, so hopefully you have had a chance to review that. There were still 3 areas that did not have an actual amount for a proposed budget for 23-24, and I think we were waiting for some additional information, which Ms. Kaiser provided for all of us. So those line items were food costs, other expenses, and there was a second, there were 4. There were food costs, other expenses, which is, and then general supplies and materials, and then there was a second, other expenses. And they broke out what some of those items included so far up to the date that this was created, a few weeks ago, or I believe it was. So it's the most recent information that we had at this time. One thing I would look at, so tonight, if we could just give some feedback on a number, proposed budget that we would like to see for those line items, I think it would be helpful for us to have that. And we don't have to necessarily have that completed tonight, but it would be good to have a sense so that at our budget meeting, and Tracy's going to walk us through our timeline and what we have to do here shortly, but at some point we do have to approve our budget. So tonight, if we could get through some of this, would be helpful. One thing I would point out is that under other expenses, we had board docs listed, which was being paid out of other expenses. I would think that could probably go under dues and fees rather than other expenses, since that's a membership that or a due that we pay every year to make sure that we can utilize board docs. I just think that is more appropriate under dues and fees rather than other expenses. As kind of a catch-all. So that would be one change I would make there. And that is under the first other expenses line item. So that's line item 9 on the Excel spreadsheet if you were looking at it. So the proposed budget, if you recall, I had created kind of a proposed budget for 23-24 year. The proposed budget was $10,000 under that. If you look at what we've actually spent year to date, was almost $16,000, but if you remove board docs from that, you're at about $8,000, a little under $8,000 if you remove board docs from there and put that under dues and fees. So, we could put that, I think if I did my math right, $7,182 is what would have been spent outside of board docs for that line item.
Should Marcia be moved?
What's that?
It said Marcia.
Oh, yeah, the other one is, we did have, for the self-evaluation, the consultant, Marcia Wiesman. So that's an additional cost that could come out of actually miscellaneous consultant, that's under line item 4 on the budget. Those are just a couple of observations that I made. Food expenses, I know that the proposed was 2,500 for other food costs, line item 7. That would have been an increase from last year by $1,000. You'll see that we spent over 3,000 on that this year. So 2,500 still would not cover what we would have spent this year, but I think that's okay. If we want to reduce that even more, we can. So that's something we need to consider. And then the last other expense item you have there as well. So I'll open up the floor for questions, thoughts, comments, ideas around these budget items.
For out-of-district travel, if we're asked to come and speak somewhere, is it the district's is it the board's responsibility to pay for a person to go? And by that, do we pay their room? They're not really going to represent the board. They're asked to speak somewhere. So does the board pay for that? Or is that an individual responsibility?
Are you directing the question to the board or?
Yeah, I'm just saying,
okay.
do we cover that? If someone asked me to go and speak in Topeka, now, is the board supposed to pay that for me? To provide me transportation, hotel, whatever? I'm just asking, do we do that? Does that cover that? Is that written somewhere?
I would think,
I mean, the one thing I could tell you is that if the speaking presentation is for the school district could cover it. Whether you choose to do so or not, it's the board's decision. But
I'm just saying, if it's not
well, that's
in
a
regard
slightly
to the
different
board
question.
and someone is doing something on their own, are we liable for that? And do we need to be more clear about what's covered? Because we want to do it decent and in order and transparent.
My position would be that you would not be liable for something if somebody's going off to speak at an event and not on behalf of the school district. But if you're going on behalf of the school district, even if it's to present on program or something the district's doing to somebody outside the district, that would still be something for the school district. So that's the line I would see being drawn. But the board ultimately would make the decision on that.
Okay, I just wanted clarity, because I think we need to be careful. If we're going on behalf of the board to do something for the district, and we're part of a total process to do something, I don't have any problem, but if you're going on your own, I don't think we should cover that.
I'm being naive, and maybe I'm being naive because I have no idea what you're talking about. So are you talking about like forecasting something, or you're talking about something that has
If you were
actually
asked
occurred?
to speak in Topeka on a topic, and you're not going on behalf of the board, they ask you because you were a board member, if you'd like to come and speak.
But is this something that has happened?
I think it has.
Okay. Based on like actuals in a board?
Well, I haven't seen it here.
Okay.
Money show up here.
Okay.
So I think that's a great question. Again, board members, please weigh in. I think that's something we can give guidance on and clarity on what that process should or shouldn't be. So I'm hearing that it should not be. I'm curious if other board members agree, and I think that makes sense, but open to other board members' thoughts on that.
I don't know when the conversation's going to be had, but around board member compensation. So I think I have two opinions depending on, and I don't want to say depending on that conversation, but I think like there are a lot of things that we do as board members, and I think when we talk about accessibility and the opportunities that people are sometimes provided, some people need financial support in order to sit in a seat such as this. And so when we talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, it also comes back to this seat right here. And so historically, many folks have been out of work, or those types of things occur. When I do board member work during during the day or during my typical work day, I have to take PTO, I have to take vacation. And so it costs me something while essentially my paycheck is still the same regardless. In order to be more inclusive and to provide opportunities, if someone is asked to go do something for KSB, if I'm asked to go talk about millennials in office, like, if I financially can't pay for it, I want to be able to clear the path for future people that look like me, both age, demographically, but I also know that everyone doesn't get paid a salary. And so what does hourly look like for someone who then is out of hours of work to go try to do something that they're passionate about? And so I think there is, like, if board members are getting paid, I would lean on the side of, no, use your discretionary funds or the funds that this board has identified. But if a board member is not getting paid, then I may be more interested in, I think, creating some safety nets of, like, similar to board travel is like, hey, we approve board travel for people to go on board. So if you're going to expense something, what is the courtesy we give to each other as well to say, hey, I'm going to speak on maybe it's not on our behalf, but as a member of this board, I would like for the board to consider paying for my expenses for this. That would be my personal commentary I would have to this, but.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. And to your point, we're going to talk about board compensation next, so thank you for asking.
No pressure point, just saying.
Additional thoughts on this topic?
Mr. Lopez,
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Nguyen.
usually the organization that is asking you to come will provide the expenses. Now, if you're surely coming out of town, they usually go government rate on your mileage, and then you may or may not get a stipend. You may get lunch, but usually the organization that sponsors.
Yeah, and I think that's similar to, and I don't know where this conversation is coming from, and so I'm just trying to piece what I'm hearing today. But I think that's similar to Ms. Drew as a representative for KSB. They have paid for her to go to the thing you and I went to, sorry, not the thing, NSBA Advocacy Institute. And so I've seen that. So I guess I just don't know where this conversation is coming from, but I'm also trying to also hear all sides, but also be true to the fact that inclusion is important and making sure that people have the space and the ability to do things as needed. So, yes, agreed.
Ms. Drew.
Okay, and I'm not trying to put down anybody, but one of the things that I've learned when I first came on as the board, I went through training with KASB to understand what my role is and what I'm supposed to do. There are times in which we are focusing on what is necessary. And before you, and I'm not, again, not putting anybody down, but before you run for a position such as being on the board, you need to understand fully what your role is and what you're supposed to do. If you are a part of it for the purpose of getting paid, don't get elected. We are doing the best that we can, and I think throughout the district and throughout the state of Kansas, they are applying what is best financially to us, and I think we need to just accept it. Down the road, they may change it, but for right now, I think it's beneficial for us to be able to focus on the education of students. If there's some compensation that is given to us, accept it, be thankful, and then to move on.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Additional comments? And we don't have to make any decision on that tonight, but I think it's a helpful conversation to have. So additional thoughts on that or other items on the board budget? don't see any other thoughts. Board, so we do have, again, those 4 line items that we need to complete so that we can present a draft budget that will then be approved. Just want to get a sense from you, and I don't want us to sit here and spend all night on doing it if we don't need to. I'm happy to go in and fill in the blanks and have Ms. Smith share that with the board. If you have some guidance tonight that you want to say, Mr. Lopez, take the 24 draft budget that you put together and reduce 1,000 to each line item, whatever your guidance is, if you have any, or I'm happy to fill in the numbers and send back a proposed budget that we can then look at our next budget meeting.
Does this include the recommendation that Ms. Russell gave us about deducting things and what the budget would be?
Yes, so if you look at the, great question and great, just for clarity, if you look at the Excel spreadsheet, you'll see a column that says proposed 23-24 budget. That's what was originally presented to us at a meeting, I think, back in June. And then the green column is what was taken from our conversation, from suggestions from Ms. Russell and other board members, and also some work that was done by staff to put together the proposed draft budget per the discussion at the last meeting. So it does take into account, you'll see, for instance, the legal services was decreased to $300,000 and the consultant was decreased. So, and there's a column I that kind of talks through some of those changes that were made. So it is included. Yes, Ms. Page.
Okay, so if I heard you right, the 3 yellow boxes, are we coming back to add, or we're just going to leave it as it is in the green, the proposed budget?
Yeah, that's my question to the board. If you all want to work through that tonight, we can spend a little time doing that, or if you have suggestions, we can. Otherwise, I can plug in some numbers. And there's 4 line items there. The 2 at the bottom kind of blend in. I'm happy to work through it and submit something to Ms. Smith to send out to the full board, unless you all want to work through it tonight. But I'll do what the pleasure of the board is.
I'm a person that also believes we have a good framework. If our board budget, food budget exceeded 2,500, I'm still confused, and I don't know that we actually ever got an answer to when people go over budget, where does the money come from? And so we had a lot of meetings, and there was no expensive caviar or whatever, because I was trying to figure out where we spent $1,500, but I see it all here. And if this is typical, food costs have gone up. So I would hate for us to continue to also create a budget that's we're budgeting under, but our expenses are more, and we know these are the typical meetings that we have. So for food costs, that would just be my feedback. But if the board is completely against it, increasing the food costs, put it at 2,500, but I think we'll have to come back to this if this is in line with what we originally have. I like your idea around board docs. So I'm saying that I'm good with you going back and fixing it, with the caveat that I do think we need an adjustment to the food costs, even with the increase you originally gave. However, going back to Mrs. Page's question, the question to the board when we first brought this up of reducing the budget was these dollars had to go somewhere else. I don't know how we navigate that conversation of where these dollars go and what where that overage goes to. But I want to be clear that I did not want to reduce our budget to put it in somebody else's that doesn't directly impact student achievement. And so I want to also say, I want there to be a clear directive from this board where those dollars go to, or we know it's needed. Initially, my first thought was fine arts. That continues to be a place where there's a lot of fundraising and a lot of things asked, but I also want to be direct that my purpose was to reduce our budget, but to also ensure wherever the excess dollars go to impact student achievement.
So I just want to answer one of your questions. So when you go over in the food budget, it just, at the end, you were under legal, so at the end, it just balances out, and then as Ms. Kaiser on the back end, they just make the adjustment. So as long as you're not going over your entire budget, we don't come back to the board and say, hey, you need to increase your food line. So that's how that works.
So that was on our end. I think the question was asked on the end of some of the other department budgets that were over, then where did those dollars come from?
So if they're all coming from like general funds, again, the bottom line, although we allocate to departments, it's all under general funds, so it gets balanced there. So somebody else may be under.
But we do have an expectation that
To
if,
stay within your budget. So
Yes.
if somebody is going over, typically there have been conversations about what we're gonna do on the back end, because we see that on the front end. Like, we know that it's gonna be under here because of this time of year, and we will, in that moment, sometimes reallocate the dollars, so just depending on when you look at it in real time.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. So, again, I just want to make sure the board has an opportunity. Ms. Humphries, do you have something to share? I'm sorry.
I'm happy with you reworking it and sending it out to us.
Okay. Is anyone, I guess, I just want to make sure I'm not stepping on any toes. Are you all okay with me reworking this? And I'll work with Ms. Smith and Ms. Kaiser, and we'll get an updated version of this. None of the green really will change. I will look at that, miscellaneous consultant and dues and fees to make sure that the consultant and board docs would be covered under those two items with the proposed budget. But then the other ones which are yellow, I can work through with staff to bring back another draft budget and share that with you all.
When you also do that, I don't believe there hasn't been a circle back to the NSBA conversation or the KSB conversation about how things are paid. I just would also appreciate that clarity and that circle back
Will
as
do.
well.
And I believe we pay, Ms. Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like we pay a year ahead.
Yes,
Okay, so we're a year ahead on both KASB and NSBA?
KASB for sure.
Okay,
But I'll check on NSBA.
so we'll get clarity on that.
The only other thing, when you're adjusting the budget, because I just noticed it, the line for health insurance, we'll actually put the actual cost, because that is for Ms. Smith's position, it's over what the actual cost, so we'll get with HR and get the actual cost so that you'll know what it is for this year. Originally, when it was there, it was a placeholder until we got the final cost, so it is less than what is showing, I believe. Okay.
So we'll see this. You're going to go back and come back with a suggestion, and we as a board vote on it.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll put together another draft budget and share that with the board, and the board will have to decide how we adopt or what budget we pass. So anything I share is just a draft and a suggestion based on these conversations. Mhm.
'Cause sometimes we don't get to see it. Things are made, and then it comes back to us to hurry up and make a decision. So that's all I'm asking. I think we need to be a part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been clear all along that I'll share a draft budget for the board to review. And then the other thing that Ms. Smith and I spoke of, and I know Ms. Russell has brought this up previously, board will make sure that Ms. Smith shares an updated year-to-date budget monthly so we can kind of keep track of where we are with our budget and where our expenses are coming from and what we're spending dollars on. So that when we come to the end of the year budget conversations, there are no surprises and we know where we're spending our dollars. So we'll make sure that Ms. Smith shares that with the full board on a monthly basis. All right. Thank you. If there are no other suggestions on the budget, we'll move on. The other question that came up, board, was regarding board compensation. Recently, and Mr. Goheen, this is where we may need you a little bit to chime in. There was a question regarding whether it was allowable for board members to be compensated for their time. There were some changes in, I believe, statute or law in Kansas, and I'm trying to pull up my notes here. I did reach out to KASB for some guidance from them, and this all, if you give me one moment, KASB, and I'll send this email from KASB to you all. But what they shared was that the legislative session for the Kansas legislature removed language from KSA 72-1137 saying that no member of a board of education shall receive compensation from the school district for any work or duties performed by him or her, and replaced it with members of a board of education of a school district may receive compensation from the school district for the work and duties performed by such board members. There's a long email. I won't read it to you tonight. I will share it. But at the end, they're still working through what this actually means. The attorney says that they continue to have reservations about compensating board members as it opens up many questions, concerns that boards and districts have not dealt with before, but they did give some thought around what it potentially could look like. So I'll pause there, and I know this question came up, so just want to see what the actual questions are around board compensation, and open the floor for discussion. And the reason we're having this conversation now is it does impact our budget, overall budget, and our board budget as well, on whether we would compensate board members for their time.
Yes, and I will just add in, I followed up with NSBA with a phone call, and I will send a formal email to them for them to send back additional guidance. Really, we are in a place where we have many states that operate differently, and has really been at the direction of the state associations to provide the guidance. Kansas and a couple of other states are in a different place where the guidance that the legislation has provided, as well as the guidance that KSB or any other state does or doesn't have, doesn't give us a sense of direction. And so there is a direction where we could go stipends, there's a direction where we could go actual payroll, but it varies across the nation what it looks like. And so without knowing the direction that KSB has, it would be hard for them to say one way or the other. And so all in all, it was a helpful, like I got examples of other places to look for how they implement it. Denver, Colorado, someone who's close to us, it has been a contentious thing in their state because you have, of course, people with different opinions and different stances. And so really it comes back to the will of this board and what it is that we want to do, because that is currently what our state legislation is telling us, is that it is whatever we as a district choose. Our friends in Blue Valley are creating policy that says that they will not have board compensation at this time. One caveat to that I had a conversation with a board member there about is just the difference in demographics and access and the median average income for that community. And so I think there are there are pros and cons to both of them. However, I will also just personally acknowledge that this is the only elected office in the state that is unpaid. And so just lots of things to consider, not just for me personally, but also for the future of who sits in these seats looks like. So that's what I had to report back.
Thank you.
And when I get that email, once I get my response, my response like you, because I like to pick up the phone sometimes, but yes, I'll send that out to everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Russell, and I did just forward the email out to all board members, so you should have that in your inbox. Again, I don't think we need to necessarily make any type of decision today, but at least leave room for conversation. So I want to make sure if folks have questions or thoughts that you want to share, please do so. The floor is open. Ms. Clark?
My mind is going in a lot of different directions, but I hear this is like what the will of the board, and I just think our community weighs into this at some point because they are taxpayers, and so I really think it's a larger conversation than the board and what does this look like for future. So once we put something in place to be able to be really solid with it, and then the definition of time and commitment when it comes to those stipends, because each one of us is able to spend different amount of times being able to do this and the interaction that we have in the day-to-day. I personally am corporate, so my day will look totally different than maybe someone else's day as they serve on the board. And my visibility in buildings, while my passion is no different than anyone else's, I'm not as visible as other people. And so we don't want to discourage anyone either to be able to be here, because I think there's a value add to having a very diverse board and those voices and what that looks like. So I have a lot of questions and a lot of thoughts, and I really think it's bigger than the 7 of us.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Dr. Nguyen?
Well, let me just add the legislative intent, some of the discussion. There are no new dollars, so that this would have to come out of the current budget. And if it depends on how you've constructed, because if it's salary, then that would imply we are employees, and that opens up a whole nother keg of worms. And then at the last KASB board meeting, once you open up the discussion, there are more questions than answers. But it is up to each board. That's the way the legislation was written.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen, for that insight. Additional thoughts, questions?
The idea was good, but they didn't give any money, as she just stated. And we're struggling now. If the county is broke, I don't know if anybody heard that, there's a problem. And people are hurting, so that's even more burden, and that shouldn't be what we're about. And if we took this job, we took it as a civic duty, then we need to keep that in mind, because the money is not there. If you're looking to get paid, you're in the wrong, you better go to Blue Valley. You better go to Olathe or somewhere else. It's not here. So if you do it because you have a passion and you want to do the things necessary to help these kids. Because they said that, but they didn't offer one dime. So we're struggling now. So why put that added burden on the public? It's not fair to them.
So I just want to be really clear, because I think I've heard it multiple times. Passion and compensation should not always be two things that go hand in hand. People should be paid for their time regardless if it's a volunteer opportunity. We've talked about this with even just the labor of love when we're having our kids go out and have experiences. And so I want to be really careful when we put passion and compensation as though there is any one of the 7 of us that would see that differently than the work we're already doing. It's no, and I'm just saying that we just have to be really careful of how we say that, because people can easily be abused for all of the work and the time that they invest into something without compensation. And historically, and if we go back to the slave trade and all of the things, that is what happens. And so I just want to be conscious that we just be careful when we try to say, when people's passion is not driven by money, that it's not real, because I disagree with that. And I just want to be careful.
I didn't say that.
And
That's how you interpret it. I didn't say that, like the way you interpret it. And I respect your opinion. I'm just saying we don't have the money. If you can show me where we can get it and it doesn't add a burden to the public, show me. I'll work with you. Show me how we're going to get this money.
I don't disagree with you. I'm not asking for that, and that was not my intent. I'm just saying publicly, I just want to I want to acknowledge that those are two things that can oftentimes be closely related to each other.
We could debate that a while. I'll leave that alone. Respect your opinion. I know you respect mine.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am, you know I
Just
do.
show me where the money is. Show me.
I think, and I don't, and again, board, we're not going to come to any agreement or decision tonight. It really was just to open up, this was a question that was asked of the board, so wanted to make sure that we had a shared space to be able to share our questions. I think you're right, Dr. Nguyen. There are more questions than actual answers right now as we work through it, but I wanted to make sure that we had the space to be able to discuss and share our thoughts. So I did share my email. I know Ms. Russell has some information she's going to share. Again, for the purposes of time, and we know we're not going to get, the intent is not to make a decision tonight. We're going to continue on if the board is okay, unless there are other thoughts or questions. But if there are additional questions or thoughts you have specific to this, please share those with Dr. Stubblefield, and we'll make sure that we have some appropriate time to continue the conversation if that is the will of the board. And I know Ms. Russell's going to share some information that she also received, but we'll continue the conversation. I think that's it. It's, we are going to do this. Where does it come from in the budget and how do we do that? But I think, and I totally hear, Ms. Russell, what you're saying around, time and, and your commitment and everyone's commitment here. So thank you, board, for sharing. We'll continue the conversation. As questions come up, please share. Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
At the appropriate time, I have some questions about the department budgets.
Perfect. And I think that is what we are segueing into. I think those were the two board budget conversations that I had. Next up, I would invite Ms. Kaiser or Dr. Stubblefield to share continued conversation around our budget, and which includes the department building budgets. Dr. Stubblefield.
So we have provided all the information around the building budgets, department budgets, and also the presentation is in there as far as like how it's funded and where it's allocated, and the mill levies and all of the other things. So it is open for questions.
Thank you. So, Dr. Stubblefield, do the department budgets reflect the salary increases?
Ms. Kaiser is approaching the podium.
Good evening.
Good
They
evening.
would reflect what was approved in 22-23, but the 5% that was approved for this upcoming year would not be included in that as of yet.
Okay, so we need the exact budgets with the clean and correct numbers. Secondly, are there any other budgets in addition to the department budgets that are, that make up the total budget?
Other than the department budgets the departments and the school budgets make up the total budget.
Okay, so do we have that total document tallied? Well, obviously we don't,
No.
because we don't have the
Salaries in
updated
there, right.
department budget. So I'd like for us to get the real numbers, Mr. Lopez and board, before we can logically move any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen.
Well, until negotiations are completed, we would not be able to actually do all the department budgets because we would have like bilingual teachers and things like that, that those staffing would not be updated at this point.
But you do have the non-teachers' salaries that can be updated, correct?
Correct, we can add the 5%
Okay,
and the 3%.
so that then would be closer to the real number than what is in them now. So we cannot approve these because we don't have the real numbers.
We were not seeking approval. Tonight really was the discussion to, and like, one, we'll get that information to you or any other questions that you needed, because the approval wouldn't come until, and Ms. Kaiser, can you remind of the timeline? The only thing, which is the next item that we need a decision on, is around the revenue neutral rate, just because of the requirements from the state or at this time. But the actual budgets, you approve those. Ms. Kaiser can, I don't have it
Yeah.
up in front of me, or I would.
Oh, it's fine. It will be August, September, depending on what the decision is on the revenue neutral rate.
And along that line, did I miss the slide that has the figure if we did not increase, what's the phrase?
Exceed revenue neutral.
Exceed revenue neutral. Did I miss that slide?
It would be the same amount as we have budgeted right now without the increase.
Did you include that slide in there?
No, I mean, I can do it. It's just it's our current budget.
Okay, I think Dr. Stubblefield asked the two slides to be prepared so that we would know exactly the number, but I don't
I will say,
understand.
I'm sorry, we have not increased the budget for the revenue neutral rate. So we just found this out a couple weeks ago.
I understand that,
So the budget that you've been presented is actually without the revenue neutral
Without the,
rate.
so that's the actual.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we wouldn't know what it is, if, we don't know the actual number until the evaluations and those things come in, if you exceed it. And we haven't moved to item B, but what we would be asking for tonight, and our recommendation is to exceed it because we don't have all of the information. You can vote to exceed it and make decisions once you have the actual number at that time to go under it if you so chose to do as a board. If you vote not to exceed it, you don't have that flexibility. So our recommendation around exceeding it is twofold. One, we don't have the actual evaluation, so we don't know what it is. And so it limits our options without having the actual evaluation. The second component is we are in the middle of a facilities master plan, and if you choose not to exceed it, we are impacting the mill levy, and I just don't think that this is where the recommendation is coming from. We don't have enough information to know what the unintended consequences are without actually having the actual evaluation and knowing what the facility master plan says regarding the current status of our facilities. So that's where the recommendation is coming from. If you choose not to exceed it tonight, doesn't matter what those things say, we will live within the parameters and make it work from there.
Since we're already on this, it scares me when I see the box already checked. Silly me thought we were going to talk about it, have a discussion, and then vote on it, but it's already checked in the box. So do we really have a say on this?
You absolutely, I'm saying what we're bringing forward is the administrator's recommendation. You can vote not to, and we'll uncheck the box, and that's what will go there. So what typically has happened, like everything is at the will of the board, but based on what information we have, since administration is putting it on there, we didn't put it on there as without an option, because we actually have a recommendation. You don't have to support our recommendation, but that's where it was coming from. The board can discuss it, like all items, and vote not to exceed it, and what Ms. Kaiser will submit. So the board docs would reflect that the motion failed, the district is not going to exceed it, and that's what she would submit for what's required of her. So this is not the board, this was the motion says that it's a recommendation from administration.
That kind of bothered me. But from going to some of the community meetings, the feeling from people in the community, I didn't say all, but most of the ones that I've seen, Northeast, Rosedale, Argentine, they don't want to see this happen. And it's not that they don't support education. I support it, but this is a burden to taxpayers. Now, we got shown all these mill levies from all these other districts. They have people making more money than the people who live here who are struggling. And for those of us who live in the northeast side, in Argentine and Rosedale, we see continual growth in the western part of our city, our county. Our county is struggling. It's bankrupt. And then to come back and ask for this, that to me is not fair to the people who live here. It's a lot of decisions made by people, and no offense, who don't live here. But if you're paying taxes, it makes me madder than hell that I pay, but I don't see the growth on the northeast side. I don't see the growth in Argentine and Rosedale, but we pay taxes, and then we're paying more, and it just keeps going up and up and up. So are we going to end up like Missouri, where we're struggling to pay for our houses? I say no, and it wouldn't be fair to the people who live here, who work hard, who pay taxes to do this. It's not fair to them. And I urge them, when they go to vote in August and in November, keep all this stuff in mind. You see who's making what decisions and how it impacts them. That's not fair to them.
So I just want to be clear, some of the things that you're talking about, growth and development, that's not and I respect that, honor that, and hear what you're saying. That the school districts does not determine that.
I understand that. I'm not crazy. I'm just saying you're adding another tax to them. That is not fair to them. That's what I'm saying. I understand what the school district does. I know what our city government does. But I'm saying we keep adding taxes. That's not fair for the people who live here.
The decision you're making tonight is not that. It is to give you the flexibility, once you have the additional information, to choose to do it. That's the decision that you are. Now, that's what I just want to be clear on. You can come back and say, we're going to go this much, we're not going to do it, or that. I'm saying we don't have enough information to make that decision based off of. At the same time, two things can be true, right? Like all of the information that we've gotten, which what led to us doing the facilities master plan, and all of that information about we want our schools to be better and the conditions to be better for our students. We then do this whole facilities master plan, and you'll get this information back, and you don't have it to know what you need to do. So I'm just saying, don't put yourself in a box. Whatever the board collectively decides, and the board can vote, but I just want to be clear, as the superintendent here, I'm not trying to add a burden to anyone, but I also want the kids in this school district to have access to the same things as students in other school districts, and that does take a commitment. Our students are our greatest commodity, and if we don't invest in them, we will continue to create barriers for our students. So I just want us to be mindful and have all of the information and make informed decisions and know what the unintended consequences may be regardless. And so what you're saying, the additional information is important. So that's all I'm saying. We are not advocating to add more of a burden to anyone in this community.
So, Ms. Russell, yes.
Yes, I was just going to say there is a narrative out there that says that exceeding the revenue neutral rate means higher taxes. That narrative is unfortunately false. No, right. The decision to raise taxes comes back after the valuation. So whether we decide to increase our district budget for the year, and I wish that the slide was up there, when that decision comes back to us, that's actually when the decision is made to move around the different mill levies. It's not the exceeding the revenue neutral rate that is actually, or the decision that we're being asked to make tonight is the decision that impacts the taxpayers. It is decision that we make later on when that information is brought back to us to say, yes, we're going to exceed our budget by $25 million. That is what the taxpayers feel. I do believe that there is work to be done to where we can get to a place where we don't have to exceed and we don't have to guesstimate, but it is also irresponsible of us to say, we're not going to exceed it, and then when it comes back lower, then we're having to make harder choices to cover where the valuation said you're getting less money than you will on this dollar versus what you thought you were going to get when you made the choice. And so I think there is a bigger conversation, and that is my understanding of it. That is also why it's important to also advocate on many levels, not just here at the school board, or everyone has a role to play. And I will be voting yes because I don't have the information, and I also know that the decision will come back at a later date. So.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. I'm going to go to Dr. Nguyen, and then I'm going to go to Tracy for something really quick.
So when is this what's the last drop dead date for the decision about the revenue neutral?
I have to submit to the county by by July 20th, Thursday.
July 20th. Okay, so in response to your comments, Ms. Russell, I'm not sure if you totally understand everything because the unified government chose not to exceed, and mainly because there is an outcry about taxes. And if you go to any forum, knock on any door.
I just want, I do
The
want.
UG did vote to exceed revenue neutral.
Last Thursday, they came
at their
back
commission
and
meeting.
exceeded.
The first vote, they chose not to.
Right, but I just wanted.
Because we had a meeting with the county administrator, and that was a conversation. So I'm not going to make up things.
No, I'm not saying that. I was just saying they came back last Thursday and chose to exceed it.
But the point I'm making is that you're quick to say we don't have enough information, but you're quick to recommend exceeding the revenue rate.
And because exceeding gives you the flexibility to get the information. If you say no.
Flexibility is a very nice word for what we already know, is that, and I'll go back to my points about these budgets. These budgets have been inflated, and I'm using that term politely compared to the term that was used. We are not getting true numbers, but still you want us to kind of like capture more dollars just in case we want to spend them. And I don't believe that putting in the frame of our kids deserve X, I will vote no, and that's not because I don't think our kids deserve access and quality. But their parents are telling us they cannot pay the bill. And that, and I'll ask again, how much right now does, of the dollar, USD 500, how much out of that dollar is it 37 cents right now with a 22-23 budget?
So I don't have that information in front of me, and I think when you look at it, it depends if you wrap the library in there with us or you separate the library with us, and it gives you, but I don't have that in front of me, and I don't know if Ms. Kaiser has access to that. But what I want to be clear on, because, and this may not be what you intended, but this is what I heard. And when you said, speaking to you're not getting real numbers, that's speaking to my integrity. I don't have, well, I'm just being clear because that's what I heard.
You don't have the specific salary increases in the document. Those are not real numbers.
I respect that,
That has nothing to do with you.
but the way that what I heard, I just want to be clear about, we're not like running smoke screens. The information that we give you is the information that we have. We will add those updated salaries in there for what you have approved, but the bottom line is every dollar is accounted for, and if it's inflated or you believe it's inflated, that's where when we look at the departments and those kind of things, but.
She sat there and said it was padded. I'm not using that term. So don't tell me that
No,
I'm trying
but
to
she said,
insult your integrity.
but what she referred to, I just want to clear this up. What she referred to as padded a year ago is what KSDE recommends.
And
you
that
do.
was clear.
But that's not that's not the budget that's in front of you. That's the budget so that if something comes in or money is added, you have the authority to have access to those.
And I'll tell you the same thing.
That's
I
not
understand
reflected in this
budgets.
budget. I know.
And politely was saying inflated. I didn't say padded. I didn't say your integrity was on the line, that you were lying to us. No.
That's what I heard.
Those
So we're going to
numbers
take a
are-
break. That's what I heard, Dr. Nguyen.
I
But you
think,
didn't have to hear that.
so we're
That's
gonna,
what you said.
we're gonna take a quick moment.
Those aren't the real numbers.
So I think, and that's one
no, excuse
interpretation.
me.
I think that's one interpretation. That's one interpretation
numbers?
around what the budget looks like. And I don't agree.
numbers?
I don't agree with your statement about numbers being inflated or not. That's one interpretation. That's one
You can make me out as the villain if you want.
I'm not trying to, I'm just saying, Dr.
repeating
Nguyen,
what
I'm
was
just
said.
saying that that's one
Hey,
interpretation.
can we take a recess?
Around what that is. And I think we have to be very careful when we make a tax on.
I'm not
When we
attacking.
make a tax on staff and what they're presenting. Staff presents the information that they have as they have it. And I think for us the way that we speak to staff sometimes
I'm not speaking to
is,
anybody.
is not the way that we should. So I'm just saying that is one interpretation. I don't know that the full board sees it that way.
I'm not asking.
So
you
we're
what
going
you
to take a quick recess for 10 minutes, and we will reconvene this conversation. Thank you. All right, thank you for giving us a quick break. We are going to reconvene our conversation. Just as a reminder, we are under item number 10, board discussion regarding our budget. There were some questions regarding the revenue neutral rate and the conversation around revenue neutral and the department budget, or the overall budget. So we will reconvene that conversation now.
Is there a way that we can bring up the timeline and kind of the next steps, I can't find the PowerPoint, and I've gone back 3 meetings, but I think that will just help us also, a reminder to myself, but also what happens after this. I know our last conversation, which we did talk about seeing the different LOBs in a non-exceeding place, but if we could also just see the next steps for, if we do this, this is what happens. If we do this, this is what happens as far as timeline.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. And I think Ms. Kaiser is up at the podium, and I think she has that information ready to share with us.
So here's the timeline. If we are exceeding the revenue neutral rate, we will notify the county on Thursday. We will then start publishing the budget and holding our hearing and have to submit it to KSDE by September 20th. If we do not exceed the revenue neutral rate, we will still submit it to the county by Thursday. And then we will, it takes about 26 days, it shortens our timeline by 26 days, and we have to submit to KSDE by August 25th.
Can you explain what the October date was on the exceeding?
Yep, the October date is when we have to submit it to the county clerk, and in the past, those 2 dates to KSDE and the county clerk were always the same, but when they created this law, that was what's in the statute. But we have to obviously have it done and submitted by, we submit them both by September 20th because they're done.
So when does the actual valuation part come back for?
Usually October, November.
Okay. So after the certify, and that's what we don't see on here?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Ms. Kaiser, was there anything else that you wanted to share regarding the budget timeline or budget information on here? Okay, thank you.
So I will say, first of all, I want to apologize. I needed to take a moment, and I just want to apologize for any uncomfort or unprofessionalism that anybody may have perceived. And Dr. Nguyen did share that was not her intention, and I honor that, but I just wanted to say that publicly first. Second, I did hear that what the board is requesting is the actual dollar amount around the salaries. Although the increase was improved at the last meeting, we are finalizing that. Our goal is so that employees would see the increases on their July 30th paycheck. So once that is finalized, we will send that to the board and we'll update the budgets for the public comes, through board docs once that is finalized. But that's the timeline around that. And then any other information that the board is needing, we can create the slide that Dr. Nguyen requested. Like, I don't know what the anticipation is, but we can try to get as much information that we have, but if we don't have it, we'll also communicate that. If there is additional information that the board is wanting, we will provide that. In conjunction with this, the other thing that we'll have to bring back to the board, and the board would have to take action around, and it will be with the August, probably with the hearing, and that meeting is those requirements by the legislators, legislation around the building needs assessment and publicly, addressing those questions. So those are the things that are still lingering out there.
So this July 20th date, we're not taking a vote tonight?
No, we need to. We have to take a vote tonight. I was just saying, before you take the vote, I wanted to make it clear what information that I heard and also address why we needed to take a break.
Thank you. And so regarding the budget, the overall budget, there were some requests, and Dr. Stubblefield mentioned what those are in terms of additional information that we're going to be bringing to the full board. Are there other questions or additional information that we need in order to make the best decision that we can on our budget? I know there have been some things shared tonight in terms of what we need to see additionally, but are there other things before we continue on regarding the budget? Any additional information that the board needs to see? Okay. And again, there's still, that next conversation will come forward. If there are questions as you're reviewing the department budgets or as we're getting additional information, please share that with Dr. Stubblefield, and we'll make sure that we have that for the full board. Thank you. The next item, although we've been talking about it already, is the staff recommendation around exceeding revenue neutral for the 23-24 fiscal year. That recommendation is coming from staff, although, as Dr. Stubblefield mentioned, that is totally up to the board on whether we will exceed or not the revenue neutral rate. Again, that does not, I think there is some misconception about what that actually means if we do this. If we do decide to exceed revenue neutral, it does not necessarily mean that we are raising property taxes, but it gives us the flexibility and time so that we can have a look at some of those, the numbers and the data in August to make a better decision. So the recommendation is to exceed revenue neutral. Would open up.
So moved to accept the recommendation from staff to exceed the revenue neutral rate.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there questions or further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Before I say which way, I want to remind voters again, you have a choice come August 1st and in November. I'm not voting for this. My answer is no, because I think the people in this area have been burdened down by taxes. And I urge everybody to wake up, get involved, be concerned, because it's not right and it's not fair. No.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next agenda item, item number 11, we will move to our board policy. Board first item on the agenda is the second read of the USD 500 Student Code of Conduct for the 23-24 school year. Ms. Russell.
So in my questions this morning, the rest, it has come to my attention that some of them were in our responses and some of them were not. I will throw them out there. What was the purpose of moving tobacco possession and or use from class 1 to class 2? This seems punitive in nature, given the additional language added as well. This language, as you all may or may not have seen, included in a vehicle, at a sports game, at an off-site tournament. It was just language that tobacco is a legal product. Some of our students enter their senior year, 12th grade year, as legal adults. And so I have concerns around the punitive action of this being a number 2 offense, given when you look at the other items that are in the class 2 offenses, accessing tobacco, illegal, if you are the right age, was interesting to me. The other thing that I put on here was the purpose of skipping class from a class 1 to a class 2. Based on the nature of the other items in class 2, this does not seem to fit into this category. Seemingly so, as we also have truancy already in that category. So I would see skipping class as something that would be addressed prior to also having truancy in a Class 2 action as well. And then the last thing that I just requested was to see a clean version for the third review. I think sometimes it can get like murky understanding the crossouts and the highlights and the additions. And so I was requesting to just see a version that just says what other people would see, and I couldn't remember if that was typical of how we see the third read. But yes, those were the items that I had concerns around. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Any thoughts or around those items brought forward by Ms. Russell? Board members?
Is it not illegal for them to smoke on school property, whether they're of age to smoke or not? Mr. Gohan, can you help me out with that?
It's prohibited by board policy to have tobacco products to include delivery devices on school property or at school activities or events. So that's the main prohibition, is that it is barred by board policy from any school activity or property. So that's where that comes from, which would include having it in a car or vehicle or just on your person. Whether that's the appropriate level of offense or not is a separate issue, but your board policy prohibits it to have having that stuff on school property or at an activity.
Yes, that is the part for me. It is not to go against board policy, but I just don't know if it makes sense that we are going to move to suspension. I just have concerns around the repercussions of legal substances.
But I think we need more data because they're having a problem, a serious problem in our schools with vaping. I mean, it's out of control. And then not only, again, I don't have the proof, just what I was told. Some of them are mixing marijuana and stuff in the things too. That's a problem. So let's not turn a blind eye to that.
I'm not negating that, but I also know that if you provide a door to open something, a conversation, you have to be careful of the unintentional consequences. If I drive my vehicle all day or my parents drive it and you decide for whatever reason we're going to do a tobacco check in vehicles, or like you see a kid with a door open, like I don't want that to be a Class 2 offense. I don't think that someone having tobacco is worth kicking them out of the educational experience because of that. But currently our board policy would allow for that, or this code of conduct would allow for those types of things. There are cessation programs. There are other things that we could be doing as measures to address that if you're breaking the rules, but I don't think that some of the consequences in Class 2 are appropriate for tobacco use or having tobacco. And I'm not even talking about tobacco use. I'm honestly just talking about having it on school property. Like that's where but I'm gonna shut up and let you talk, sorry.
Dr. Wilson has some feedback maybe?
Good evening. Thank you for the feedback. So just to give you more rationale, we had a dynamic committee of administrators that gathered input from teachers and came to work on the code of conduct for this year. So the rationale behind the tobacco use and possession being at Class 2 was really more of a calibration, because in the old conduct we had one of them that was as a Class 1 and the other was at a Class 2, and it was very much so a connected infraction. And so because of the prohibition of the amount of feet that we should not have those substances on school property, we decided to put those kind of in the same bucket. To answer your question about suspension, the big shift that we made with this, you should see, is in the resolutions. And so even though it's a Class 2, the distinction we made this year was most of our Class 1 offenses that you see, with the exception of it being an event where it would be a Title IX, those would typically be infractions where a teacher could handle it and deploy appropriate interventions. that would help the student be able to redirect. If you start to look at class 2, those are offenses that the teacher could handle, but it may result in an administrative referral. So if a student has tobacco on a campus, more than likely that teacher's not going to deal with it. They're going to write a referral to the administrator on that campus. The resolution for the first offense for the class 2, one thing we did was try to make sure that suspension across the board was a final option, because we know the importance of having students in school and utilizing the programs that we're putting in place to help triage and diverge them from unhealthy habits. So even at the secondary level, the first time that a student will be caught with marijuana use or possession, there's a sequence of things that should be used before it would be suspension, and out-of-school suspension doesn't show up on there until it becomes the third offense.
Thank you for that explanation as it relates to tobacco and possession. Would you be willing to share the same or similar understanding for skipping class? And I think that's something we're really trying to address through partnerships and all of that. But my same regard is when you have things such as defamation of property, stealing, theft, drugs, truancy, skipping class, gambling, physical behavior. Skipping class doesn't seem like something that fits in that category of definition too, as well.
Skipping class was just moved similar to the tobacco use because it is connected with truancy typically. One thing we'll be focused on with our school administrators is really helping to look at the engagement component when we see students that are, beginning on the path of chronically missing a class period, and really looking at how we re-engage and get to the root cause to plug them back in. So again, in the past, I think you'll see where skipping was, you're gonna skip 3 times, we maybe are gonna put you out of school. Last year, that was something that Dr. Stubblefield, talked about, really focusing in on getting kids in school and keeping kids in school. And that was something we looked at when the code revisited today.
So I will just say, I appreciate you and the committee's work on this. These 2 things are something that I do think would be worth keeping the data and tracking moving forward, because I do, while a third offense, if I've been smoking for a while, you correcting me twice isn't going to change my mind unless there are actual programs and supports in place to strongly help. And what I don't want to see us do is move these things from a class 1 to class 2 offense. I'm not going to throw in the towel on this completely, but I also think I just want to make sure that our code of conduct is not harmful if we, as a district, don't have the appropriate supports to say, hey, stop doing this, but if there's no supports to be able to support that. So thank you.
And we have under like class 3 referral to specialized programs, and that is something that we can go in and put that back in, because it makes sense, because a student with chronic tobacco use, we might seek out some additional outside help to triage with that student. And for the third read, you will see the clean draft without any red lines.
Thank you. You knew I would come back to it later one day. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Additional questions on the code of conduct? If not, I entertain a motion to approve for a second read.
I make a motion that we accept the second read of the USD 500 Student Code of Conduct for 2023-2024 school year.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item, there are several policies that have come recommended by KASB and other policies that we'll be reviewing. So I will hand this off to Mr. Goheen. These are up for first read for us tonight, Board.
So this is sort of twice a year we get proposed policies, proposed model policy changes from KASB, and then we review those along with administration in comparison to the district's current policies and procedures and practices, make recommendations to the board as to whether the proposed policy language should be adopted or modified, or whether we recommend that you don't follow that recommendation from KSB and stick with policies that you currently have in effect. There were quite a few this time. Most of those are presented by KSB as a result of statutory changes or regulatory changes. And so the majority of these we're suggesting that you do adopt, or rather you take some of the language from them if we have a modified version of the policy and include that as part of the proposed change in language to our policies. And then there are a couple of additional policies that are not KASB recommended that were developed by district staff in connection with specific issues that have come up with regard to the school district. For example, we have policy JGCC and GAR, which are your communicable disease policies that were already on the books. Modifications have been proposed by those from staff that we've reviewed and worked on with them to try to address things like COVID and protocols that might come into place should we have some other event similar or some other contagious disease that would affect our ability to navigate the school system and how we might handle that and give an authority to the appropriate officials. The other major one that sits here is the equity policy that the DEI department for the school district has been working on with various committees and groups. This is the first draft of that policy for the board to take a look at. And a lot of time has gone into started working on that process. That's a policy, I want to make it clear to the board, is not a finished product, nor would it be a finished product in the sense that you're always going to be making modifications to that as time goes on, as the DEI department continues to work on programs and protocols for the district. So you need to look at that one as more of a living document rather than this is a document we adopt and then put on the shelves and don't come back to at some point in time. This is the first iteration of that. I'm happy to go through the specific policies. I've sent the board an emails. I think everybody was copied on those. Hopefully everybody had a chance to read those. I tried to explain specifically what the policy changes KSB is proposing, and if I said not to adopt them, hopefully I explained that well enough why. For example, KSB had proposed a policy on Narcan. We went through a process internally where we had our own policy created, and I feel like that's a better policy than the one KSB is proposing, so I would not suggest switching that policy. Same thing with policy KN. You guys have a pretty modified version of board policy KN that deals with complaints and how those processes are dealt with. And KSB's policy, they're proposing a variety of variants to that. I don't think that's worth adopting. I think you should stick with what you have. But the ones that you do need to look at and make, in our recommendation would be for the policy AG, which deals with school building closures. That policy is based upon changes to statutes. There are new statutory requirements, so I think you need to adopt the changes that KSB has proposed, as we have suggested. Emergency interventions, which is policy GAAF, the same thing. That's based on new regulations from the State Department regarding the use of emergency interventions. So that language, I think, is language that you need to include or adopt. The military leave policy, which is policy GARID, is also based on statutory language changes, so I think that's a policy that needs to be amended. Policy KK, which deals with the disposal of property, specifically disposal of school buildings that are no longer in use. The legislature has changed or added language requirements for how that is handled, and that language is included in the policy proposed by KSB or the language changes, so I think that's one you need to adopt as well. I'm going to come back to policy JBCC and JBC, which deal with the enrollment piece. That's a little bit nuanced. JH is a student activity policy. Again, that's based upon statutory changes. I did get a question from one of the board members. I don't, Ms. Russell, it may have been you. I'm not sure if it was somebody else.
Oh, it was me.
Was you? I agree with you. I think the way some of it is worded in JH is confusing. So I do think we need to circle back around on that and depart a little bit from KSB's proposed language. But that deals with student activities and who is eligible to participate in KSHA activities. The statutory change, as I understand it, would allow students who are homeschooled but who reside in the school district to participate in school activities that are offered by the district. The same token, if you have students enrolled in private schools, they also potentially have the ability to participate in activities that are offered by the school district, even if they're not technically attending school in the district. And that's where the language got confusing from my read after you sent that email. So I still think we should adopt it for a first read, but I think we need to take a look at that and make modifications to that by the second read. One policy that I didn't get a breakout of, but it is included in the model policies, and I'll do a breakout of it so that you have it, but it is policy IFCC, which is overnight stays. That is a model policy. Again, that language is required by statute. That's not a policy we currently have, and I think it's one we probably have to adopt to comply with the statutes. And then the equity policy, I think, is also one that is not a KSB recommendation, but I obviously think that you should adopt that as a first read, and we can navigate through what that looks like. That leaves the one that again, I think you probably go ahead and adopt it for first read, but JBC and JBCC deal with the legislative changes allowing students to, who are not residents, to enroll, and the policy that the district has to adopt to reflect what that might look like. The policy that KSB came up with has some alternatives in it, and so the board needs to spend some time looking at that policy and giving some direction as to how you guys want to handle that legislative change and what you want to put in place for this school district and what that might look like. And then before you adopt that policy, there has to be a public hearing that has to be noticed up a certain amount of time in advance of that meeting for the public to be able to weigh in on that policy before you would get to a third read where the board would actually act to adopt it. So those two policies are unique in that your role right now with regard to those two is to help us put it in a spot that meets what the goals of the board would be with respect to that in compliance with the statute, so that we have something that can be published out to the public that the public can then come have a public hearing on, and you guys can get feedback from the public before you take any kind of final action on it. So that's sort of the lay of the land with the policies. The other ones that were proposed, and there were, I think, 3 or 4 that I suggested that you not adopt because I think the current policies you have are more appropriate for this school district as they currently exist. So I'm happy to discuss any of these or answer any questions on any of them, but I don't anticipate that the board wants me to read through all the policy changes tonight. So, Ms. Page, you look like you would be vastly entertained if I read them line by line, right? So, no, I wouldn't do that to you guys, but I do think it's important that if there are questions that they are asked, or if there are suggested places where the board wants these changed, that we hear that and have a discussion about it.
Thank you, Mr. Goheen. Are there questions on any of these specific policies that, yes, Ms. Russell?
Okay. So if I heard you right, where was it? JH, student activities, when you think about the KSHA guidelines, if I go back to the KSHA guidelines underneath one of our policies related to student activities, it says must be a resident. And so I just wanted to make sure that when we're working on JBCC, that we also go back to the policies that directly relate to that work to ensure that all of them are compliant. I need to circle back on part-time students in our district because I don't know what our current resident students policy, that with what JBCC, and I guess I'm also taking us to JBCC, but acknowledging that part-time students as well as our current early release or students leaving policy don't all mesh together. And so I also want to make sure that if the state is requiring us to do something for students who are non-residents, that we also allow the opportunity for our students that are residents to be able to leave the school day early without all of the current measures that we have in place for whatever reason. Lastly, on IFF, I just wanted the board to consider, while the model policy is saying students should be by their birth sex, I also wondered if we should also offer, if this board would be willing to offer the opportunity for accommodations to be made per the club sponsor. Like if someone feels uncomfortable rooming with someone of their birth sex, that they still have the opportunity to attend an event with some type of permission or granting from the club sponsor, budget. I don't know what the language would be, but I just get concerned that we don't allow students to identify how they would like to identify, and then based on this policy, it would then require you to identify as your birth sex, which you may not identify, and create in a very hostile and uncomfortable space. And so I'm trying to think about how we are intentional in that language, like adhering to what the state's saying, but also saying, but if you do, I don't even know if that was the right way to say that, but you get what I'm saying. I don't know what the language would be that would have us in compliance, but also allow for that.
Yeah, and I think realistically, with that particular policy, and frankly, any policy that we adopt along those lines, there would always be the potential for allowances for individual students or staff, depending upon their specific needs, that would be addressed, that would not violate the policy by being addressed or handled on an individualized basis. The policy is kind of required by statute, so we have to have some variation or version of it. But as with any other policy, it has to be read with all your other policies together, right? And you've got the non-discrimination statutes, you've got the accommodation statutes, you've got policy AC, which goes through that in pretty good measure. It has to be read in compliance with Title IX, for example, which is a federal statute. So all of those things are going to require you to look at the individualized needs of the students involved. But yeah, you've got other issues that are not really policy level decisions, but they could be budgetary, for example. You're going to send a high school band to an overnight competition in Washington, D.C. Are you going to give everybody an individual room if every student requests it, and budget and allocate for that? Or are you going to say, no, we can't afford to do it that way, so we're going to have some other measure to do it, and then you get into this issue of what you have to comply with under state law. So I don't disagree with you. I think the way you need to probably look at approaching it is we can make language changes to the policy and try to keep it still in compliance with the state statute directive. But ultimately, when you're talking an individual student who may be uncomfortable with that situation, I think that's going to have to be addressed or handled on an individualized basis between that sponsor or the administrator of that building or program.
Yeah, and I bring this up because even pronouns and language for some students, while some of us are more, there's no word I can pick that doesn't seem like one side or the other, but some of us are more progressive than others. Sure. And some of us for whatever reasons are not, and it's harmful to our students. And so I think when I'm adopting policy like this, that's where these conversations, where I say, this is the expectation. You don't, as a sponsor, you don't get the opportunity to decide or not. And I'm also recognizing, what if everyone does it? I think you bring a very valid point. So maybe I can circle back with Kenise and Dom and see, how do we do it where it feels inclusive and not from a place of not doing anything because I don't know. So I appreciate that, and just wanted everyone to acknowledge that that is also a part of this work here, so.
Yeah, I think the privacy and personal space of every student in the district is important, and it really, that's why even in the media and the national level, you hear so much rhetoric over private spaces like bathrooms, like locker rooms, like overnight stays, and that may or may not be driven by any particular label or categorization you have for the student. That just may be some students are uncomfortable with that, and maybe that is the better way to approach it, is looking at the students generally and saying, okay, how does this student, particular student, feel about something like this? And then it becomes a budgetary issue, though.
Yeah.
And that's the other practical side of it that you got to deal with. So.
100% agree. Well, thank you.
Yep. So other questions from anyone?
There are no other questions. Would entertain a motion to approve the first read of those policies as recommended by Mr. Goheen for the KSB recommended policy updates.
So moved.
Second.
And perhaps so the record's clear
Yeah.
with Ms. Smith, the ones that we're recommending for first read approval are AG, GAAF, GARID, KK, JH, JBCC, JBC, JGCC, GAR, the equity policy, which we'll find some numbers to, or some letters to go with, IFCC, and those are the ones that we are recommending be read for first, or accepted for first read.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Goheen?
Yes.
On JBCC, is there a date that the policy has to be?
Yeah, so we do have some time on that. I know I think it's by the first of the year, meaning not the first of the school year, but because some districts are looking at that in November, I think, is that late. You think it's quicker than that?
When is this implemented? 24 or 25?
I think it's,
The open enrollment,
yeah.
24, start of school year
Yeah.
24, 25.
But I was thinking that they had something where you had to have it adopted before the end of the calendar year.
You have to have it adopted by January.
Yeah. So it certainly can take some time for you guys to percolate on it and keep it in play. And like I said, it's the one that's sort of the aberration because you do have to have that public hearing. But I wanted to get it in front of everybody for a first read so that you could start looking at it.
So it's implemented 24, 25?
Correct.
Okay. Because,
Yeah, no, there's no way to get that adopted and start it for the start of this school year. And, but it does have to be adopted before the end of this calendar year.
I know.
Thank you. Additional questions?
I have a question. I don't know if it would, since we're on policy, in lieu of what happened today with the technology, shouldn't we come up with something? So
I agree.
with the climate, with global warming, the whole bit, I think this may happen more than what we think. So to prepare ourselves, if we already have a policy beginning to work it up, that if this happens, we'll wait so many minutes, see if it kicks back on, and if not, we have the right to continue the meeting without holding it up.
I agree with you. I think we should put something in effect. And also, Ms. Clark, we do have some solicitation through social media policies that I didn't get on the agenda tonight. We'll get on the agenda for next month. So other spots for policies that people are interested in, I think that's a good one as well, so we could certainly add those.
While we're adding to the list, I think Randy and I can work on it or work together with Dr. Stubblefield and Ms. Bilboa Irvin. We would really like to clarify and get on paper the early graduation requirements. It continues to be a contentious conversation, and I think many of us think many different parts. And so just getting that in front of the board so that we can best set our students up for success who are going into their junior year as well as their senior year. I think we've talked about this many times. There seems to be implementation and follow through. Like, there are just many different moving parts. And so I think for clarity, for community's sake, to understand and also recognize what that process is, but also to make sure that we have it in our policy. I just think that that will help. And I am happy to forward you the email strings. I think we have a couple of them that staff have identified just some gaps, and we just want to make sure it's clear for everyone as we start the school year what early graduation looks like. So,
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
And just to clarify, can I just ask a clarifying question? When you speak of early graduation, are we talking about students that maybe have encountered something, or are we talking about students that have fulfilled their credits and they're still in school and maybe don't even realize it? Because, okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
From that level of absenteeism affecting all of those things to just,
Okay.
you've got your credits.
Overall process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Additional policies that,
No, I definitely have interest in that policy as well, so thank you.
okay. Great, thank you. So there was a motion and a second to approve for first read those policies that were mentioned tonight. Ms. Smith, hopefully you caught all those. If not, we'll make sure we get them to you. Any other questions? If not, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. So we are at the point of executive session for our agenda. So staff.
Mr. Lopez, I
Yes, I'm
have a
sorry.
question. It's on the calendar that there's supposed to be a graduation on the 26th. Is that still in place?
It's July 27th. You'll get the detailed information tomorrow. But we were just trying to finalize some, a few details around who was doing what. So that will be coming tomorrow. Yeah.
Can I just also clarify, not related to graduation, sorry.
Okay.
You good? I just want to make sure you didn't have another question. I missed what we were doing with JBCC. We were coming back to it.
No, you guys went ahead and adopted that for a first read so that we have something in front of you.
Okay.
But that one won't follow the same process as the rest of the policies, though, because you guys, and we've got some time on it, too, but I wanted to get it in front of you so that it was publicly out there so you could be looking at it. But the board's going to have to take a look at that and give us some feedback as to how you want that to look within the contours of the statute. And then we have to have a public meeting for the public to be able to come in and.
So I misunderstood your email, I guess, and I also misunderstood what you were just saying. I thought we were going with everything else, but JBCC, because in your email, I thought it said here we would give direction, adopt the first read, and then for the second read, it would be the public meeting.
For that,
So then-
for JBCC and JBC, yes.
So when are we having that public meeting, and when are we as a board coming back to talk about it? I just want to make sure I'm clear.
So my thought is twofold on that. One, when we come back for second read on everything else, we can have a discussion with the board about what you guys want from a direction standpoint on those two policies, and then we can make those changes, and then we have to notice it up for a public meeting, which has special notice requirements that are different than a regular meeting. Or if you guys aren't ready for that, that can be delayed out. We just have to have that adopted before you get to the end of the calendar year.
And even though we did it all together tonight, we could separate those
Correct.
two in the future. Okay.
It will not be coming back for a second read. The others will.
Okay.
It will be coming back for a discussion if you want, or if the board's ready next time, then we can notice a public meeting and go from there.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thanks for that clarification. So all staff can be dismissed tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight, and with the exception of those that are participating in the executive session. So I would entertain a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA. Is there action to follow? No, right? Okay. No, so to go in executive session, no potential action to follow for this executive session, to include Doug Clemens, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Lilly, Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, and
Sam Reed Evans.
Sam Reed Evans. Going in for 10 minutes at 8:50.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going in for 10 minutes. There a motion?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session.
So move.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under coma for 5 minutes, going in at 9:07.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Thank you.
Motion to return to open session.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. She said yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're back in open session. Thank you, board. Thank you, everybody, for tonight's meeting. This meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.
Thank you.